Testing, okay. Okay, need to get started here. So if we can get finished, at least this hour. Okay. Can you see me? Yeah, you can. Okay. Straighten this up just a little bit. Okay. Okay, go ahead and take your notes out. We are on page 5 of your notes. Go get it. Okay. Shh. Good to see Emily, Jezreel, and also Cody today online. Getting a late start because of Chapel. Chapel went a little longer today. So, um, getting a late start here. Okay. Chapter 10 again, remember, shh, will be our last chapter. I was thinking about doing something a little different. Um, but we've already started this, and I've already told you several times that we were going to finish with chapter 10. So I'm going to go ahead and stick to my word on that. Shh. Okay. And the other two chapters we'll definitely pick up. You'll pick up the information later on anyway, so not drastic of a situation here. Okay? Okay, this is where, no, it's not. TVs aren't up. Hang on, DLs. Just one moment. Make sure that you are getting all of your missing work turned in. Okay. So that you stay on top of it. Technically, you have 9 days of academics left. Okay. Next Friday, school is dismissed at 11 o'clock for the upper grades. And so I guess you guys will have 10 days because you have class on that day. So you guys have 10. The other ones have, my other classes have 9. So it's my honor, my privilege to be with you guys one more day than the rest of them. Okay. Huh? Because you have class on next Friday and they don't. Because their class is after 11 o'clock. Because your class is before 11 o'clock. Okay? That's why. Okay. Shh. Here we go. This is where we left off yesterday. Let me go large on this. What'd you do? Break my stapler? Better not. I've had that for many, many years. Okay, still at 10. Here we go. Page 5, I believe I said. Yep. Welcome. We were holding up class for you. Okay, we're down at the middle of page 5, number 8. We just finished number 7, talking about the different sides of the moon. Okay. The back side we never see, the far side we never see, except by pictures like this. Okay. Number 8. Okay, it's not off. Batteries are probably going bad. So that means I have to narrow it down. Okay, now if you've ever looked at the moon at night you can look at without having any telescope or anything because it's not going to affect your eyesight. Never look at the sun, okay, directly without any protection on that, on your eyes, especially during your eclipses. Um, that's when it's a little bit more severe. But the moon you can. And when you look at the moon, you will see all these dark spots on the moon. Okay? They are what's called the Marias. They were once thought to be bodies of water. Okay? Because they were indentations on the surface. And so, logically speaking, indentations here on Earth, like this that have dried up, they've dried up because of the lack of water source. Well, on the moon, since there is no oxygen, there can't be water because water needs oxygen to exist. Okay, also needs hydrogen. But now they believe that to be just massive craters that were probably formed, created by meteorites. Okay. Let me remind everybody that during class time, while I'm talking, no one's to get out of their seat. Okay. So that's where they came from, but they are called Marias. Mare, M-A-R-E, is Latin for seas. Okay, so that's the connection. When you talk about seas, you generally talk about water-based bodies of water. Okay, but mare itself is Latin, so therefore that's where the Maria comes from. Letter C. Oceanus means oceans. Letter D. The lighter areas that surround the Maria are known as the highlands or the terra. Thus, we get our terraced, not a terrace, okay, word. Terrace just means an upper plateau, not terraced. There's a difference in the two words, okay? You add a T to it, that means somebody that does wrong, out to cause problems someplace, okay? Okay, everybody with me? Letter E. There are millions of craters on the moon, okay? This is where it gets its title, the cheese planet, okay? Especially when it has just the crescent showing up in the sky, like a slice of cheese sitting up there. Well, it's because every time you talk, generally when you talk about cheese, especially Swiss cheese has all these air holes in it, okay? Air pockets or whatever that were created when it was formed. And then when it was cut, those air pockets became air holes, okay? Well, that's why the moon, the craters, it makes it look like a planet of cheese with a bunch of holes, okay? But look at it, some are smaller than a dime, others are hundreds of miles across and several miles deep, okay? So, you got to be careful. You don't want to be walking with your eyes closed and fall into a crater. unless it's your small one. Letter F. They were named after famous philosophers and scientists. So, on the moon. One was named after Nectarus. Fecunditatis. Crescinium. Tranquillitatis. Tranquillus is probably where that one comes from. Serenitatis. Fringoris. Imbrium. Vaporium. Oceanus procellum. Humorum. And Nubium. Okay? I'd like to have one of those names. Hey, Tranquillitatis, come here. I want to talk to you today. Hey, Tranquillitatis, pass me the ball. Hey, Nectarus. Okay? I'm glad we have Mark and Sue and Bob and Chase and Hudson and Brittany and, okay, you knew I did that one on purpose. Okay, Brianna and everybody else. All the Annas in here, okay? The moon's rays, okay? Believe it or not, there are rays that come from the sun, from the moon, okay? They are not radioactive in essence, but things coming from space does have some level of radioactive material in them, okay? But because the moon doesn't produce its own light, it's a reflection off the sun. There are streaks radiating up from their craters, okay? So if you ever look at the moon, kind of look to the side and you might be able to see some glimpses of those rays. Number 10. The moon's temperature may rise to 260 degrees Fahrenheit during the daytime. At night it may fall to negative 280. Okay? So you don't want to be caught outside probably during the night unless you have protective gear and protective clothing on. Okay? Number 11, the phases of the moon. Okay? Now try and get this because when you look at the moon or look at the phases, you'll be able to tell where and what they are. Okay? We start with the new moon. It's a period when the sunlit side of the moon is turned away from the earth and completely hidden from view. Okay? So, that's over there on the left. You might see a silhouette of the moon up there in the sky. Okay? But basically, it's a night when there is no moon. Okay? So, now, look at the way the arrows are going. Okay? They are going counterclockwise in the phases. Okay? So, start with new moon. New moon is the beginning of what we call the lunar month. So, with the new moon, starting with nothing, it's only got to get bigger, right? Okay. So, the moon is what we call waxes, gradually growing larger. Now, look where the crescent is. It's on the left side, or the indentation of the moon. That's what I'm calling the crescent. Okay? It's on the left side. So when you look up in the sky and you see the moon, but you see the moon part on the right of, okay, and the indentation is on the left-hand side, then you know you are a waxing crescent, okay? And that's what they call it, a waxing crescent, because it looks like a crescent, but it's waxing because the moon itself is on the right side of the indentation. The waxing crescent is the point when the moon orbits the earth. A silver of the moon's sunlit side becomes visible from earth and waxes, or it gradually gets larger. It gets larger every day, okay? Until you finally have what you see in the picture, a full moon over there, okay? So, we went from new moon to a waxing crescent. And as you can see on the diagram, our next one is going to be your first quarter. That's where the right half of the moon is visible. Okay? They call it the first quarter. Why first quarter? Because there's 4 different quarters in the phases of the moon. Okay? The waxing crescent ends. Okay? It doesn't stay long as far as in the phases. So new moon to waxing crescent to first quarter. Then we go to the waxing gibbous. Now look at the difference on the picture of the waxing gibbous and the waxing crescent. Okay? There's more moon on the right side. So that means it's going to be the gibbous. So, or you can look at it this way, when it goes to a gibbous, because as the picture says, we're going to look at the waning gibbous. When it goes to a gibbous, that means you can look at it and say, well, about 2/3 to 3/4 of the moon is visible. Okay? And it's gibbous because now the crescent, or the part of the moon that you don't see, is now on the left side, or the arc is going on the left side of the first quarter. Okay? Then you have your full moon. That's when you see it all. Yes, sir. Yes. That's when you see all the moon. So basically a full moon is basically your second quarter. Okay? 2/2 is 1. Okay? 1 full moon. Then you go your waning gibbous. I call it waning. I guess you can call it waning. Full moon. I guess technically, phonetically, it would be waning because waning would have 2 ends. Okay. Okay, waning, like it's whining up there because it's losing, or it's gaining, however you want to say it. Waning gibbous, period after full moon, when the sunlit portion wanes. Okay, wanes means gradually decreases in size. Okay, so now we take the full moon. The moon is now shrinking, but now look where the arc is. It's now on the right side. Okay, and it's bulging on the right. So therefore now we're to our third quarter, where again half the moon is being covered. But it's the right half of the moon now that's covered, not the first half, or the left half. So that's how you can tell which quarter it's at, is based upon where that moon is lit or it's shaded off. G, and this is on we are on page 6. Okay, we're almost done with this. Actually, this is our last one. Waning crescent, the period of the moon where silver of the moon's sunlit side becomes visible from Earth in the phase before a new lunar month begins. Okay? Isn't there an activity sheet that deals with the phases of the moon? Is that 10A? Is that 10A? Okay. It's not due yet. It's coming up. So if you want to work on it, get ahead on that, that's fine. Some of you have. Okay? So tonight's homework is just to read 296 to 298. Okay? This works out good because chapel went a little long, so our lesson was kind of on the shorter side. Okay? 10 days of school left, including that last day. If we finish chapter 10 early, then we'll do something to finish off the week, okay, in a couple weeks. So, not sure when the test is going to be yet, depends on when we get finished. Okay? So, keep up on your missing work. Okay? Make sure you get it done, get it in, feel better about yourself that you have finished the year on a high positive note. 10.1 has been due, or it is due. It has not been graded yet. That's my plan for the weekend. So make sure 10.1 is turned in. Some of you have several missing assignments that need to get turned in. Some of you are doing a fantastic job by staying up on everything. Some of you have some missing work just because you've been absent, okay? But you usually get it in, so I'm not worried about it. So stay on top of it, okay? DLs, I'm going to sign off, if I can, left-handed. So have a great, fantastic weekend. Look at the moon. See what phase it's in. Don't just dream about someone. See you later.
Alright guys, sit down. Girls, find your seat, your own seat. Chase, sit down. Stop golfing with a hand sanitizer and a pen. Chase, no. Alright, go ahead and turn in your homework from yesterday, which was, if you haven't already, 6 through 10 twice from list 24. So turn that in before you forget. I also have some papers that I had Emma Moriel. Science goes in the science bin. They're labeled for your convenience. Okay, so, huh? Yep. Huh? What? Oh, that's okay. Tyler, today's the day to make up your speed comprehension quiz. We actually have another one today. Actually, I'm just going to nix it. Alright, go ahead and take out your grammar books. I'm going to come around and, oh, of course, my computer's dead. Give me a second here. Your homework. Let's go through these quickly. All right, who can give me their hand or raise their hand and tell me what they have for number 2? Queen Elizabeth. Actually, we already did that one, right? Queen Elizabeth and Queen Victoria are two of the blank reigning monarchs in British history. Who has this one? Chase, stop tilting the desk. Longest. Good. Comparing Queen Elizabeth and Queen Victoria to any other queen. Okay, I know that there's two there, but it's comparing those two to all the other queens in history. So, longest. Good. Achilles was the blank Greek warrior in the Trojan War. Who has this one? Jason? Most famous Greek warrior in the Trojan War. Good. Number 3, you should strive to be blank today than you were yesterday. Brianna? More diligent. Good. Riley is a blank worker than Maya. Class? More diligent. Same thing there. Number 4, diamonds are generally blank than pearls. Erica? More valuable. Good. It is blank to give than to receive. Jasmine? Better to give than to receive. Number 5, Psalm says that the law of the Lord is blank than a honeycomb. Who has this one? Jose? Huh? Sweeter. Good. Number 5, a Christian living in God's will is the blank person on earth. Cheyenne? Happiest. Number 6, the new mother appeared to be the blank person on earth. We just went over that one, class. Happiest. Number 7, of Priscilla, Leah, and Meg, Leah has the blank GPA. How many people are being compared there, class? 3, so it would be highest. Good. Number 6, Esther was one of the blank women of the Bible. Ari? Most courageous. Number 7, platinum is even blank than gold. Elias? More valuable. Monaco and San Marino are 2 of the blank countries in the world. Kayla? Smallest countries in the world. Good. Okay, give me a sentence using the comparative form of useful. Comparing 2 things. Useful. What do you have there? Destiny. Sentence. Why isn't exercise C done? Or D? E. You're an E? Why isn't your E done? We've been working on that during class. Huh? Well, what's the comparative of Sunny? How many are being compared? Comparative. How many are being compared with our comparative degree? If you don't know, look it up. Okay, we'll come back to you. Superlative of ill. Okay. Superlative of ill. Sorry, not Sunny. Useful. John. Worst. Good. Today was the worst, you said? Okay. Worst what? Okay, so you have to put that. Because if you say today was the worst, okay, what are you comparing it to in that sentence? So if you're comparing today to today it's not really being comparing 2 things. It's just one thing, today. So you have to say today is the worst out of all the days, okay? You can't just say today is the worst because it's not comparing anything, okay? Did you find comparative useful? Okay, so look at number 3 there for you, Destiny. Okay, you're looking for the word comparative. Okay, come on, use your brain. Okay, how many items in the comparative degree are being compared? 2. Okay, so how do you compare the word useful between 2 things? Not most. 2 things only. Look at your book. It tells you with words. Number 3, underneath that section. Okay, so if you're comparing something that's less useful or more useful, that's the comparative degree. So write a sentence with using something that is less useful or more useful. Okay, go ahead and write that, and then we'll ask you at the end. Okay, give me a sentence of superlative of bad. Superlative of bad. Okay, how many things are being compared there, class? In superlative degree. 3 or more. So what word would we use? Would we say baddest? What would we say? Worst. Okay, so what's your sentence there, Jasmine? Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll come back to you. Number 3, comparative of beautiful. Comparative of beautiful. Class, how many words are being compared with comparative? 2. Okay, so what would be the word of, or your sentence there, with a comparative of beautiful? Brianna? Good. That flower was more beautiful than the other one, comparing 2 flowers. Good. Anybody else have another sentence for that one? Emma, what was your sentence? Okay, that's fine. Um, just write, make sure you're using or reading the directions there. It's right there on your book. Okay, comparative of pleasant. Comparative of pleasant. Bella? Good. She is more pleasant when she is resting. That's comparing herself to when she's not resting. Erica, take your hood off. Number 4, superlative of well. Chase? Okay, good. Obviously, comparing this day to all the other days. Did we do sunny? I don't think we did that one. Hudson, what do you have for sunny? Comparative of sunny. Good. It is sunnier today than it was yesterday. Okay. Destiny, comparative of useful. Okay. Um, it just depends on what you mean by others. Do you mean all the other cars or only one other car? So that wouldn't be comparative. That would be superlative, comparing 2 or 3 or more. So you would just say, my car is more useful than the other car. Okay? So 2 things there. Who did I say we would come back to? Jasmine. Okay? Good. Okay, out of 3 projects, he was the worst. That was the worst. There you go. Pretty simple. All right, go ahead and turn the page. Using adjectives correctly, part 2. Okay? This one you definitely do want to mark for this page. Okay? A lot of the concepts on this page you will see a lot. Okay? So look at number 6. Avoid what, class? Double comparison. A lot of words to describe one thing. Okay? So for example, with double comparison, you're not going to use they're more higher or they're more beautifuler. Okay? You wouldn't say the most beautifulest or the most prettiest. Okay? That's double comparison. So you would use either or. You would say more beautiful, or you would say the prettier, not the more prettier. You would say more pretty, or you would just say prettier. That's double comparison. Only one form is needed, okay? Jeanette's story is more mysteriouser than Ella's story, okay? That's a lot of comparisons. You would say Jeanette's story is more mysterious than Ella's story, okay? Look at your example in the blue book. Mrs. West's pie better. Actually, I've heard that one a lot. More better, okay? Or more gooder for some reason. But Mrs. West's pie is more better is incorrect. You would say Mrs. West's pie tastes better than Aunt Sophie's pie. Okay? You wouldn't say this is the best tastingest spaghetti that I have ever had. Okay? You would say this is the best tasting spaghetti because your degree of comparison is already with the word more or most. Okay? Or est. So you don't have to put both. Look at number 7. When comparing a person with a group of which that person is a member, use other or else with the comparison. So for example, if you have a team, okay, you're going to say she is faster. You're not going to say she is faster than the team, okay? Because since she is part of that team, that doesn't mean she's faster than herself. So you have to say she is faster than any other person on her team, okay, or anyone else on her team. So you have to add those with comparison. Look at your example. Grace is better at playing the cello than anyone in the orchestra. Okay, so obviously she's part of the orchestra. Can she outplay herself? No, so you have to say anyone else in the orchestra. Grace is shorter than any person in her family. She's part of her family, so you can't compare her to herself. So you would say Gracie is shorter than any other person in her family. So that's your rule with number 7. Use other and else with a comparative if they are a member of a family, team, a group, whatever. Okay? Number 8. Do not omit or take out necessary words in a comparison. Okay? Look at your example. That steak was the choicest. Okay? I've never heard that saying before, but I guess that's the thing to say about steak. But that steak was the choicest. Okay? Same thing what John said. Today was the worst. Okay? Out of what? What are you comparing? Okay? You have to mention it in your sentence in order for it to be superlative or comparative. You can't just leave it out. Okay? For example, your project is the finest. Finest of what? Okay, so you would have to say your project is the finest of all that I've ever seen, or finish it and compare it and give it something that it's comparing it to. Okay, so you can't just say again your project is the finest, or our house is larger, or something like that. Okay, you have to finish it. For example, look at this one. Okay, this one we might get a little confused on. His house is larger than his neighbor. Okay. Is it comparing, in this sentence, it's comparing to his house and his neighbor. Is that kind of the same comparison? Class, yes or no? No. So you have to say his house is larger than his neighbor's house. Kind of like what we did with pronouns and finishing the sentence. This is exactly what we're doing here too. You have to finish the comparative in order for it to be obviously compared. Okay? For example, his income is higher than a dentist. Okay? Is the dentist like super high? Is he in the air, class? No. Okay, so you have to say his income is higher than a dentist's income. See what we're doing here? That's what you have to do. Avoid taking out necessary comparison words there. Number 9, use this and that to modify singular nouns. Okay, singular meaning what, class? 1. Okay, use these and those to modify plural nouns. Pretty self-explanatory, kind of like this. This kind, these kinds, that sort, those sorts, this type, those types, etc. Okay, so that one's pretty logical that we know. We're not going to say this books. Okay, we're going to say these books, right? So singular with singular nouns, or singular adjectives with singular nouns, plural adjectives with plural nouns. Look at number 10. Use fewer with items that can be counted. Use less with a quantity of a substance. For example, okay, can you count milk? Okay, you want to count the liquid milk? I'd like to see you try. Okay, so you can't count milk itself, all right? But obviously, when you pour milk out, you have less milk, right? Okay, but you can count M&Ms, okay? You can count individual M&Ms, so you would say fewer M&Ms. Does that make sense? So things that you can count individually, okay, you would use fewer. With things you can't count, like liquids or kind of like things as a whole, okay, you would use less. All right, for example, there are fewer students in this class. You can count the students individually, so you would use the word fewer. Okay, Robin has less time since she started running track. Can you count time individually, class? No. Okay, how? That's numbers, that's not time. Time is like o'clocks. Yes, you can count it by the hours, but you can't count time itself. Okay, so time as a concept, you can't count it. Okay, so you would use the word less. Number 11, don't use them as an adjective. Use those instead. Okay, pretty self-explanatory. Don't say them books are on our reading list. Okay, them is actually a pronoun. So we wouldn't use that as an adjective describing things. All right, let's practice it. Exercise A. For those of you in the green book, it goes on to page 185. So make sure you are looking for that. But let's do number 1. Okay. The phone is more expensive or more expensiver than the other phone. Class? More expensive. The Nile is the longest or the most longest river in the world, class? Longest. Okay, that's what we're doing here. So go ahead and work on exercise A, and then we'll go over in class. Exercise A. Okay, so let's go ahead and go over it. Number 3. Well, number 2 in the blue book, we already did that as number 1 in the blue book. Number 2 in the green book, sorry. So that Nile is the longest river in the world. Let's do number 3. Would you bring me them or those books? Brianna? Those books. Austin Parks was a faster swimmer than any or any other member of his swim team. Who has this one? Ari? Sorry? Any other. Good. Number 3. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow is one of them or those famous poets. Jasmine? Those poets. Would you, number 4. This phone charges faster than any or any other phone I have ever owned. Chase? Any other, so you would cross out any. Good. Number 5. The best tasting strawberries come from this or those type of plant. Hudson? This type of plant. Those or that type of star grouping is called a galaxy. Let's have Cheyenne. That type of star grouping. Good. Okay. Number 5. Samson was stronger than any of them or those Philistines. Class? Those Philistines. Number 6. The diamond is the hardest gem. Class? Hardest gem. Okay, John, do you see there? We can't just leave it how it is. Number 6. The Medicis were one of the cruelest or most cruelest families in Europe. Class? Just the cruelest. Good. Number 7. Methuselah lived longer than any other or any man recorded in Scripture. Any other, because he is also a recorded man in Scripture. Okay, so he can't outlive himself, obviously. Number 7. I needed fewer or less help with carrying the groceries than I did with cleaning the garage. Can we count help, class? No, so what would we use? Less. Number 8. This film strip is the best or the best of the nature series. Class? The best of the nature series. Give it something to be compared to. Number 8. Fewer or less people own landlines than cell phones. Class? Fewer. You can count people. Number 9. The greatest yield comes from this or these kind of seed. This kind of seed. Number 9. Tony was faster than anyone or any other player on his team. Class? Any other player. And then number 10, fewer or less troops were needed after the initial attack subsided. Fewer. Your project was the finest or the finest one turned in today. Finest one turned in today. My uncle needs fewer or less help now that he can walk again. Less help. Good. Okay. Go ahead and do exercise B on page 185 in the green book, page 227 in blue book. Exercise B 1 through 10. Okay, you can just do 1 through 10. All right. That's for homework tonight, so go ahead and put that away. And take out your literature books. I actually had a speed and comprehension quiz planned for you guys, but we're not going to do that today. So go ahead and take out your literature books and turn to page number 343, I believe. 343. Okay. All right, go ahead and highlight the author of this page or this work. Every dog should own a man. Okay, which was Corey Ford. You want to highlight him? He is an author to know. As well as there is a line to know on page 344. Okay, if you guys look, it's on the left-hand column on page 344. It is the fourth paragraph, and it's the second sentence. Punishment should be meted or allocated, distributed, measured, should be meted out sparingly, and then only in cases of deliberate disobedience. More can be accomplished by a reproachful look than by flying off the handle. Okay? Make sure you highlight that, or a line to know. Punishment should be meted out sparingly, and then only in cases of deliberate disobedience. More can be accomplished by a reproachful look than by flying off the handle. Okay? Written by Corey Ford. Every dog should own a man. The theme of this, or the subject of this, would be just perspective. Okay? Perspective. And in this story, I didn't take the time to assign it for homework last night because I was going to do the comprehension quiz today, but it's just a short story about how the roles of the dog and the man are reversed. In the dog's perspective, well, obviously, we know in our perspective who owns the dog class. Man owns the dog, okay? But in the dog's perspective, and as we can tell by the title, that the dog truly believes that he should own the man, okay? You want to highlight this, or actually know this. The secret of dog success is handling a man, or the secret of the dog's success in handling a man is patience. That'll be a quiz question. That's on page 343. But throughout this work, he basically just goes on to say you should teach a man these tricks. The most important of the tricks to teach a man is how to heel and how to walk with you and how to obey, and basically just the view of how we would train a dog. How many of you guys like training dogs or have trained your dogs before? Okay, so actually Mr. Coral has a dog back home. She is untrainable for some reason. She's so bad. She is a black lab, or chocolate lab. But she's crazy. The other day she broke my mother-in-law's phone. She cracked it, and she's like a year and a half years old already. So she's just really bad. But this work we see here obviously is perspective. So he's training his human in the sense that he's like, they should know how to walk me, they should know how to feed me when I'm hungry, and all this other stuff there. Okay, so every dog should own a man. I suggest you probably could read this in maybe like 10 minutes or less. It's not that long, but make sure that you go through the plot on that. Okay, so every dog should own a man. That is a tongue twister. Every dog should own a man. What did I say? Every man should man up. There you go. Okay. Every dog should own a man. Okay. Go ahead and turn to page 346 and 347. 346 and 347. This is The Land of Storybooks. You want to know Robert Louis Stevenson. And actually, Robert Louis Stevenson, just some stuff about him. He actually wrote the story Treasure Island. He was a really famous author, but he also definitely wrote poems here, as we see in this poem. The Land of Storybooks, written by Robert Louis Stevenson. Here we see the theme as the influence of books. And we kind of talked about that briefly in the 9th and 10th grade class of how Homer, how many of you guys know who Homer is? Okay, well, if you don't know who Homer is, he's a blind poet that wrote a lot of influential books during ancient Greece. And we kind of talked about how books really affect you, okay? And with Homer, he wrote the Iliad and the Odyssey. How many of you guys have ever read or heard of the Iliad and the Odyssey? They're really classic books that influenced a lot of the young people of the age because they read them. It was kind of like their superheroes to look up to during their era. Well, in this poem, we see the influence of books, and that's the underlying theme here of how whatever you read definitely influences how you think. Okay, and I was challenging the 9th and 10th grade. Obviously, I'm not against you reading, books as long as you know the differences between right and wrong. Okay, a lot of people, they read books and they're kind of like sheep in the sense that they listen to whatever they hear and then they follow it and they think it's right. Okay, so what I challenge you to do is when you read books, and it's important to um, up your knowledge in a lot of things of the world and how things work and how to influence your mind and how to think for yourself. Okay, but you really need to be careful how books influence you. And let's see how it influenced this boy in the story. Okay, look at your intro here. Books have the unique power to transport our minds to other worlds. Read how a storybook sparks the imagination of a child and brings his vivid images to life. Okay, at evening when the lamp is lit, around the fire my parents sit. They sit at home and talk and sing and do not play at anything. Now with my little gun I crawl all in the dark along the wall and follow round the forest track away behind the sofa back. There in the night where none can spy, all in my hunter's camp I lie and play at books that I have read till it is time to go to bed. These are the hills, these are the woods, these are the starry solitudes, and there the river by whose brink the roaring lions come to drink. I see the others far away, as if it in firelit camp lay, and I, like to an Indian scout, around their party prowled about. So when my nurse comes in for me, home I return across the sea, and go to bed with backward looks at my dear land of storybooks. Okay, just talking about a child and his imagination. A lot of kids like to act out their superheroes. They like to act out the stories that they read. So just talking about how books can definitely influence a child, but they also can definitely influence us. Okay, on page 347, this will be the final thing we do. Page 347, actually there will be one more thing, which is spelling. But highlight limerick. Okay, limerick is a poem with a fixed form of 5 lines. The rhyme scheme of AABBA. Okay? How many of you guys don't know what a rhyme scheme is quite yet anymore? I think we kind of studied it a little bit. But look at the first stanza, okay? Rhyme scheme are basically the ends of the line of poetry, obviously the part that rhymes, okay? So, for example, if you have the first line of poetry, what is the word there, class? In the first stanza, there was a young man of devises, okay? So that's the first rhyme there. Everyone go ahead and put a letter A after the word devices, okay? Oh, there is? Good, okay? So you see that, letter A, okay? Look at the second stanza. Whose ears were of different sizes. Does that rhyme with the first stanza, class, or the first line? Yes, okay? So that would still be rhyme scheme A, okay? But look at the next 2 lines. The one that was small, okay, it's a different rhyme scheme, or it's a different rhyme, so that's the next rhyme, so that's why they put B there, was of no use at all, still rhyming with small, so it's B. And notice the last stanza, but the other won several prizes. Okay, what does that rhyme with, class? Devises and sizes, so what letter? Letter A, so that's the rhyme scheme, okay? So with each line of poetry, you give it a letter. If the second stanza or the second line rhymes with the first, it's A. If the third and the fourth rhyme, it's B. If the fifth line rhymes with letter A, it's A. But if it's different, then it would be C. So everything that, with that rhyme scheme there, you would label it according to their rhyme. But limericks, how many of you guys have ever read any limerick there? Okay. Well, limericks are the kind of poems where they're kind of more humorous. Sometimes with limericks, they kind of have like a dark kind of feel, but like with a humorous kind of tone. For example, okay, look at the second stanza there. Okay, actually these ones are kind of happy limericks, but there was a young lady of bright whose speed was much faster than light. She set out one day in a relative way and returned home from the previous night. How many of you guys have ever heard poems kind of like with that tone and that rhythm? Okay, so that's what limericks are. Now you're just giving a name, take your head off. Now you're just giving a name to these poems there. Okay, so there was a young fellow of Perth who was born on the day of his birth. He was married, they say, on his wife's wedding day, and he died when he quitted the earth. Okay? There was a young lady of Lynn who was so exceedingly thin that when she essayed, meaning she tried, to drink lemonade, she slipped through the straw and fell in. Okay? So a little bit of more humorous tone, obviously cheesy there, but a diner, while dining at Crewe, found quite a large mouse in his stew. Said the water don't shout and wave it about, or the rest will be wanting one too. The last limerick there was an old man of Tarentum who gnashed his false teeth till he bent 'em. When they asked him the cost of what he had lost, he replied, I can't say, for I rent 'em. Kind of stupid, but limericks there. Okay? All right, tonight for homework, read pages 348. We'll start reading page 348. It's a longer story there. Actually, I think this is the story that I kind of took out of this. So don't worry about the golden fleece, but read pages 364 to 369, okay? The Legend of Sleepy Hollow Part 1. So make sure you start reading that, page 364 to 369. And then we will take our reading quiz on that next week after we finish the story. But make sure you guys start that story now, okay? We won't have time to get to spelling, but make sure you write your spelling words twice from list 24 if you haven't already, okay? So grammar homework, literature homework, and then spelling words twice. I'll write that on the board for you, but you guys are dismissed. And if you haven't already, make sure you turn in your corrected test, okay?
Check 1, 2. There we go. All right, we're on page 393. Page 393. I should probably turn that down a bit. Poor distance learners. All right, there we go. Check. Hopefully that's fine. All right. It's fun trying to read audio levels on here. All right, we're on page 393. We're talking about dependent events. Yesterday we talked about... No, wait. What's today? Yeah, yesterday. We talked about independent events. So today all I did was delete the I and the N, and there we go. No, I'm kidding. It's more involved than that. All right, so dependent events are events where the occurrence of one event does influence the probability of the others. Okay? To see this difference, consider Amanda and Brian again, each with a jar of marbles containing 5 red marbles, 2 blue marbles, and 3 yellow marbles. Okay, pictures on page 393. Recall that Amanda drew 2 marbles from the jar, replacing the first marble before drawing the second one. These events were independent because the first draw did not affect the second. Brian decided that he would also draw 2 marbles from the jar, but not replace the first marble before drawing a second one. For Brian, the second draw will now have 1 less marble than the first draw. Like Amanda, Brian wants to know the probability of drawing a blue marble for both draws. On his first draw, okay, P of blue must equal 1/5 because... There we go. Okay, so hold on. There we go. Okay, I didn't mean to do that, but at least now it's working, so... No, just erase the ink. And laser pointer. Alright, so with Amanda, she put the blue one. Odds were the same for each draw that she would get blue. For Brian, he doesn't replace the blue. Now it was 2 and 10. Now there's only 1 blue marble left, so that decreases. And then there's 1 less total marble, so that decreases. So we get 1/9 instead of 2/10. Does that make sense? Okay? Because it decreases the second one. So this makes the probability of the 2 events dependent. The second draw's probability depends on what happens in the first draw. Okay, so that's the idea. So to find the probability, notice that for come in. Okay, cool. I'm gonna ignore him. Nope. Get out. All right.
So you never want to snuff during your class?
No, you just open it and walk in. It's secondary classes. We're not. No, they can figure it out. You can't hear anything out there. Why people knock is beyond me. Like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You can't hear me anyway. All right, distance learners, give me a second. All right, let's try to do this again. All right, so with this, let me get. Actually, I'm gonna go just to where it's audio only, so you guys can see the screen. So with this in mind, notice that the odds of yesterday, when they don't affect each other, we just multiply them together. Okay, pretty straightforward. But now with dependent events, we have to consider the fact that there is now fewer total possibilities. They still just get multiplied together. That part doesn't change. But you have to account for the fact that there's now fewer total possibilities in addition to whatever else you're looking at. Does that make sense? Okay? Pretty straightforward. So we get down to the probability of dependent events being written something like this. All right, so we get P of A and B is equal to P of A and P of B after A. We take care of it before we do the multiplication. All right, so let's look at example 8.6. A fish tank, why are you not working? Who turned it off? Okay. A fish tank contains 9 clownfish, 3 crabs, 7 pufferfish, and 2 starfish. They are removed one at a time at random so the tank can be cleaned. What is the probability of first removing a pufferfish and then a crab? So first of all, what's the probability of removing a pufferfish? Okay. So we get 7 out of Yeah, 21. There's 21 fishes. Fish? Fishes? Fish. I teach math. Okay, anyway, moving on. What is the probability? Okay, so then, guys. Yeah, good. All right. So then, the probability of removing a crab, we remove a pufferfish. All right, so how many total possibilities are there now? 20.
How come it says often?
What? That says after.
It says often.
Guys, you've seen how hard it is to write on here because you all fooled around that one day, okay? Stop criticizing my handwriting. Okay. So, anyway, C after PF. All right, so again, our total possibilities drop. Now, have we dropped any crabs, first of all? Like, have we drawn one already? No, so there's still there's still 3 chances to get a crab. Does that make sense? So you only subtract that one if you've already pulled one out. Okay, does that make sense? Y'all follow me? Cool. Yeah, and then we multiply. 7 times 3 is? 21. 21 times 20 is?
I'm just saying what Brianna said.
Oh, guys, we can cancel and make this like way easier on ourselves. We can make this like way easier. Because I don't feel like trying to reduce that fraction afterward anyway. 3 goes into 21 7 times. Anything over itself is 1, so we get 1 over 20. Cool. Make sense? 3 goes into 21 7 times. 7 cancels with 7, so you get 1 over 20. Yeah. Okay, moving on. B, what is the probability that the first 3 removed are the 3 crabs? Okay, so let's look at what's the probability of getting a crab first of all? 3 out of 21. Okay, we'll reduce that in a minute. All right, what's the probability of getting a crab after the first crab? 2 out of 20. Because there's now 1 fewer fish, there's 1 fewer crabs. Okay, and then finally, the probability of a crab after the second 1 over 19. Good. Then we just multiply the 3 things together. Okay. Notice that 3 goes into 21 7 times, so that's going to make that easier. 2 goes. It's reducing fractions, people. It's 1 over 7. Yes, sorry, I forgot to write the 1. Everyone calm down. Okay. 2 goes into 20 10 times. All right, and that's about as simplified as it gets. So we end up with 1 over 70 times 19.
Why didn't we do 10 times
190 times 7. Who cares? It doesn't matter what order you do it in. And then we get 1 over 1,330. I looked at the book. Okay. Y'all are allowed to use calculators now, so that's when you would pull that out. All right, makes sense? Obviously, it's very small odds unless you're trying to grab the 3 crabs first, right, Jasmine?
Yes, sir.
Cool. Because since you're talking so much, you might want to be up here teaching it then. Okay. Part C. What is the probability that neither of the first 2 animals removed are starfish? Sorry, clownfish. I can't read. All right. Again. Here's the book. Okay, anyway. So what is the probability of not having a starfish in the first place? Oh, my word. Whoa, what just happened? Oh, I did the wrong symbol. Okay, that works. All right, so. Okay, what's the probability of not drawing a clownfish? I will eventually say this correctly. 12 over 21. That may be what you said. I couldn't hear you roll well. Okay, 12 over 21 because we're not getting a clownfish. It's everything else. Okay, you could also do 1 minus 9 over 21. Like, you could do that subtraction. But, like, yeah, again, why? Why wouldn't you just add everything else? Okay. Now then, the probability of not drawing a clownfish after not drawing a clownfish. It's 12 over, because we didn't remove a clownfish in the first, wait, what?
You removed something else, so it would be.
Hold on. Guys, seriously, stop talking over each other. Stop talking over me. Thank you. Now, because when you do that, you make it where I can't even think enough to answer your questions. Okay? One person at a time. Now, you guys are correct. It should be 11 over 20. Okay? This is the problem with not, is our brains are not wired for not, and I know that that's kind of a dumb statement. Okay? But our brains are not wired for not, so it's actually a rule in programming that if you cannot use a not, you don't. Exactly, because your brain starts to go, huh? Okay, so that's the reason. Okay, so yeah, if we're not looking for a clownfish, the number of clownfish didn't change, but the number of things that aren't clownfish did, because we didn't pull out a clownfish. Does that make sense? So we have one less thing that's not a clownfish and one less thing total. So it becomes 11 out of 20. Does that make sense? I don't know what to tell you. Because there's still 9 clownfish. So if it's out of 20, there's only 11 left that aren't clownfish. 20 minus 9 is 11. Cool. All right. So we multiply these together. Let's see what we can reduce first of all. First of all, 2 goes into 12 6 times, 2 goes into 20 10 times. Working on it. 3 goes into 6 2 times. 3 goes into 21 7 times. Oh, 2 goes into 10 5 times. Apparently I could have done that earlier. My bad. Okay. So we get 11 over 35. Cool. We good? Y'all awake? No. Cool. It's Friday. All right. So, quick summary. This is in your book on page 395. I almost told you guys to write it down, then remembered. It's in your book on page 395. Now, this is any time you have a compound event, here's kind of your chart on how to handle it. Okay? If you see the word or, you're going to do addition, and if it's not mutually exclusive, you'll do subtraction, okay, after the addition, okay? If it's an and, you treat it as independent or dependent, that's when you multiply, okay? So, or you add, and you multiply. Are we good? That's the difference, okay? If we're looking for what are the odds of drawing a blue or a red marble, we're going to add. Does that make sense? If it's what are the odds of drawing a blue and a red marble, then you're going to multiply the odds because you're trying to do both things. Does that make sense? Cool. Homework tonight, 8.6 all. Hold on. What number? Oh, yeah, no, don't do those. We didn't learn that. Only do numbers 1 through 9. Thank you for catching that. I don't care what you do with it. Also, real quick, hold on. What? I will eventually have my thoughts together. Not today, though. Okay, in all seriousness. Let me just go through and announce some things. So wherever you write down important dates, you may want to jot this stuff down, okay? Because there's only 2 weeks left. That's it. That's all there is. So, real quick, just throwing this out there, Chapter 8 Review B will be due Tuesday, the 18th. All the dates are going to be in May. I'm not going to keep writing May. Okay, makes sense? Let me see here. Quiz 29 over 8.4 to 8.6 is Wednesday the 19th. Yes. June 3rd, man. Academics and the 28th. What are you talking about now? Okay, how about we focus on this? Cool. All right. Chapter 8 Review C will be due Wednesday the 26th. Calm down. We're in the following week now. Quiz 30 This is anything outside of normal homework. Okay, that's what I'm doing right now. Quiz 30, although technically the review, whatever. I'm not getting into it. This Tuesday, the 25th. And then test 8 over chapter 8 is Wednesday and Thursday, the 26th through 27th. This will be your final. If I do anything, I'll do a little bit on that Friday of like, hey, here's what graphs look like, here's how to read them, here's common misconceptions with them. But it would be more of a bonus thing than, does that make sense? Like there wouldn't be any homework. All right. Also, with that being said, just as a reminder, again, distance learners, you need to make sure that you have that chapter 7 review B, I think it is. That was a test grade. If you don't, half your grade is a 0 right now. So make sure that that gets turned in as well as your other homework. Beyond that, I will see you guys later. But these are the important dates coming up. Again, all the dates are in May, so that should be pretty straightforward there. All right, any questions? Okay, you guys now know when all the chapter reviews and stuff are due. You guys are welcome to get started on those. Those will be the same as always, odds assigned, evens, bonus. You guys know when quizzes are coming up. You know when the test is going to be. You have no excuses. All right, we good? Yeah. Okay, you'll still get nightly homework anytime we have a lesson, because there is still a little bit of the chapter left, but there's really not a whole lot, so we'll talk more about that next week. Yes? Yes. All right, any questions on this? Okay, also, even though it's the final, it just means it's the last test. It doesn't count any more than anything else. I mean, it's a test. It's like every other test you've taken. It's a test. That's all it is. Just happens to be your last chance. No pressure.